Excellencies, dear colleagues, my name is Máximo Torero. I am the Chief Economist of FAO. It is a pleasure for me to bring today the presentation of the strategic foresight, which is the agenda item 16, regional strategic foresight and future analysis. Excellencies, dear colleagues, my name is Máximo Torero. I am the Chief Economist of FAO. It is a pleasure for me to bring today the presentation of the strategic foresight, which is the agenda item 16, regional strategic foresight and future analysis. The agenda item aims to bring the discussion of findings of the soon-to-be published regional strategic foresight report for the European and Central Asia region. A summarizing conference document has been shared and published already for this discussion today. The agenda item also aims to elicit further engagements of members in the strategic foresight to link long-term thinking to short-term and present realities, ultimately to support the government decision-making process. Foresight today is crucial, and that's what we're trying to do. It is important to convey that FAO Strategic Foresight Team undertakes ambitious and extensive analysis of past, present, and the future megatrends, because this is crucial work as it directly informs FAO senior management and FAO strategic plan. FAO produces a global public good, the FOFA report, that aims to inform difficult decisions on development pathways. FAO aims to support our members' strategic planning and decision-making to manage future risks, and we are going to, in the following years, convert this report on foresight as part of the SOFA series so that it becomes a flagship report. The global level report, the Future of Food and Agricultural series, the FOFA, is the main foresight product that we do. Based on FOFA's framework, the strategic foresight team of the FAO joined forces with our regional offices, in this case with FAO REU, and with regional experts to assess mega trends in Europe and Central Asia. Second, to decipher regional challenges for development and for agri-food systems. And third, to discuss possible innovative strategies and policy options for the region to trigger a desired transformation. It was a comprehensive process with several expert consultations that yielded the Regional Strategic Foresight Report for Europe and Central Asia. So during the initial consultations with the regional experts, regional priority drivers were identified for the region. For each of these priority drivers, long-term indicators were analyzed. We organized the analysis of regional long-term trends in 4 categories of megatrends: macroeconomic, geopolitical, environmental, and technological. Europe and Central Asia is a vast and heterogeneous region. In a highly summarized manner for this introduction, long-term trends reveal the following things: persistent economic divergence between high-income and low- and middle-income countries, raising debt and vulnerability to external shocks, demographic aging and rural depopulation, increasing geopolitical tensions and resource competition, growing environmental stress for water scarcity, land degradation, and climate extremes, and widening innovations and digital divide. FAO mapped these regional long-term trends and signals of the future into 4 paradigmatic scenario narratives of possible futures for the region. The report offers a structural diagnosis of whether the region may be heading, and crucially, how policy action today can shape more desirable outcomes for tomorrow. The report scenarios convey the messages that there is one possible path that delivers the difficult but required regional agri-food transformation: trading off for sustainability, the TOS scenario, trading off for sustainability, which is aligned with FAO for Betters and FAO Global Roadmap to achieve food security and nutrition in the context of climate actions that need to be taken. The evidence tells us that long-standing and emerging challenges have persistently stood in the way of development and will likely keep the region in an undesirable and not desirable scenario in the future if actions are not taken. The strategic foresight, comprehensive and overarching approach with its extensive evidence allow us to unveil these challenges and to dig into the possible root causes. Some of these long-standing and emerging challenges include difficulty in overcoming Cold War legacies and navigating geopolitical fragmentation, militarization trend which diverts resources from development and sustainability, decarbonization ambitions are likely to be costly, inflationary and debt intensive, and demographic decline, rural populations and widening urban-rural inequalities, and migration management remains weak. Together, these challenges underscore the difficulty but necessity to have an integrated, transformative approach to resolve these challenges. In order to address these difficulties, challenges, FAO has identified 4 key priority areas to trigger transformation: institutions and governance, consumer, citizen awareness, income and wealth distribution, and technology and innovative approaches. Basically, these are comprehensive areas where policies should be designed and implemented to kickstart difficult challenges. Based on the analysis, the regional report proposed several strategies and policy options under each trigger for transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, day-to-day present reality is telling us that we need to think big and be bold for the sake of our citizens for today and for tomorrow. What we need is a good food for all for today and tomorrow. Your governments and FAO do not want to see negative trends and difficult challenges to continue. We are already observing our dependencies and our risks that we are facing today. FAO Strategic Foresight will continue to inform and prepare FAO, provide global public goods for the development arena, and support members in transiting these insights into country-level foresight exercises, interministerial dialogue, and policy calibration, and build clear roadmaps for change. We know that this contributes to different types of discussions, and hopefully it can boost unprecedented regional actions to prepare and better overcome geopolitical, geoeconomic barriers seen in recent years. I invite you to therefore to engage actively in this discussion, to connect long-term trajectories with today's policy choices, not only to reflect on the region's possibilities and the futures, but to help shape them so that we can all achieve good food for all for today and tomorrow. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you have a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you to Maximo Torero, Chief Economist from FAO. Now I'd like to invite members to deliver their statements under this item. Before opening the floor, let me remind the distinguished and dear colleagues to try and keep it under 4 minutes, and most definitely keep it on message. Based on the guidance distributed in the guidance note, the floor will be given first to delegations who submitted their statements to the Secretary in advance. Among those delegations, ministers will be first, followed by the pre-registered delegations, and then any participants raising their hands. So to kick off today's proceedings, I now give the floor to the delegation from Poland, who will speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states, followed by the private sector and the academia representative. I give the floor to Poland.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I am honored to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Iceland, Moldova, Serbia and Ukraine align themselves with this statement. We thank FAO for the comprehensive background document and welcome the findings of the Regional Strategic Foresight exercise. The 4 scenarios presented offer valuable insights into the positive future of agriculture and food system transformation in Europe and Central Asia in response to regional challenges. Underpinned by a robust analytical framework, the report provides an important basis for shaping long-term regional cooperation and investment priorities. In an increasingly insecure global environment, limited public resources risk being diverted away from critical agriculture and food investments, including in science, technology, and all forms of innovation. In this context, we express our grave concern over the growing acute hunger and food insecurity in many countries and regions in the world, affected by escalating conflicts, wars, and humanitarian crises. In our own region, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has further exacerbated existing socio-economic, environmental and technological challenges, including food security, rural livelihoods and the affordability of healthy diets, particularly for the most vulnerable. As embedded in the EU vision for agriculture and food, We recognize the need to strengthen food sovereignty, in particular in terms of strengthening domestic production, reducing dependencies, diversifying and building resilient supply chains in full respect of open, transparent, predictable and rules-based trade with the WTO at its core. The EU and its member states welcome the foresight report approach of a pathway linking peace, environmental sustainability and shared prosperity. The four scenarios should encourage public authorities, the private sector and civil society across the region to pursue policies and investments that steer us away from more of the same and the race to the bottom and towards an adjusted future and ultimately trading off for sustainability, where the peace, development, climate nexus is strengthened and ecological limits are respected. Against this backdrop, we have identified 5 priority triggers for transformation in which we see great potential for cooperation in the region. Strengthening the peace, development, climate nexus, especially in fragile contexts through conflict-sensitive rural development, climate adaptation and mitigation policies, and sustainable natural resource management. B. Fostering agriculture innovation in all its forms and knowledge exchange between the private sector, universities, research institutions and farmers, with a focus on practical implementation, digitalization, AI-enabled solutions, governance and market development. C. Scaling up sustainable finance for agriculture and food systems from all sources, private and public, national and international, in close collaboration with international financial institutions, including the EIB and EBRD, to trigger investments, especially in integrated water resource management, resilient and sustainable practices, sustainable and circular bioeconomy, rural infrastructure and climate risk insurance. D. Unleashing the potential of the global gateway in the Eastern neighborhood and Central Asia by identifying gaps where agriculture and food investments, sustainable value chains, and regional markets can be scaled up through improved infrastructure and connectivity. E. Advancing inclusive and just transition pathway by engaging more closely with CFS and other stakeholders on inclusive and equitable development trajectories, fully factoring in country and sub-regional specificities and ensuring meaningful participation for women, young people, smallholders and vulnerable groups. We support FAO in continuing to provide strategic foresight and future analysis as a unique, neutral and inclusive platform underpinned by rigorous science and evidence-based assessments. FAO's foresight work serves as a reference for policymakers. The EU and its member states are ready to scale up their engagement with FAO in this area, including by sharing our own foresight exercises and by working together to translate the insights gained from those exercises into concrete transformative policies and investments for sustainable, resilient agriculture and food systems in our region. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Poland, on behalf of the European Union. Next is the colleagues. Next is the private sector, followed by the academia representative. I give the floor to the private sector.
I'm honored to speak on behalf of the private sector consultations held in preparation for this conference. My name is Lorette Dupré and I'm head of Sustainability and Environmental Affairs at European Bioplastics, the European association representing the bioplastics value chain and focusing on reducing dependency on fossil resources and promoting circular economy practices. The private sector consultations in Brussels and Izmir brought together representatives from farming organizations, cooperatives, food production, manufacturing, agri-food innovation, technology providers, and industry associations from across the region. Despite representing different sectors and regions, participants shared a clear message. The private sector is ready to contribute practical solutions to the transformation of agri-food systems, but scaling these solutions requires stronger cooperation, investment, and enabling conditions. Agri-food systems are increasingly exposed to interconnected pressures including climate change, biodiversity loss, water scarcity, geopolitical instability, rising production costs, labor shortages, and market volatility. These challenges increasingly affect food security resilience and long-term competitiveness across Europe and Central Asia. From the perspective of the private sector, the discussion is therefore not only about identifying risk, but also about accelerating implementation. Across Brussels and Izmir consultations, participants discussed practical solutions already being developed in areas such as climate-resilient agriculture, improved water management, digital monitoring and traceability systems, early warning tools, sustainable livestock practices, and circular economy approaches. Participants stressed that the priority now should be to support these innovations, strengthen cooperation and knowledge sharing, and accelerate their rollout across the region. The challenge is often not the absence of solutions, but the difficulty of deployment. Innovation too often remains fragmented or limited to pilot projects. Participants highlighted the importance of scaling successful initiatives, improving access to finance, strengthening cooperation, and creating enabling conditions for implementation. The consultations also highlighted that solutions must remain grounded in operational and economic realities. Farmers and businesses need approaches that are practical, affordable, scalable, and adapted to local conditions. Participants also stressed that sustainability and competitiveness must advance together. The private sector strongly supports climate resilience, biodiversity protection, and circularity, but these transitions must also remain economically viable for producers and rural communities. One example discussed during consultations was the growing role of sustainable and circular materials in agriculture. Certified soil biodegradable mulch forms and compostable agricultural applications, already widely used in several European countries, were highlighted as practical innovations that improve circularity, support more sustainable agricultural practices, and reduce the need for retrieval and disposal infrastructure and certain agricultural settings. Participants also underlined the importance of stronger cooperation on data, innovation, and technology transfer. Businesses highlighted opportunities to improve resource efficiency, traceability, early warning systems, and resilience through digitalization and better knowledge sharing. Another recurring message was the need for improved access to finance. Agriculture remains underfinanced despite its strategic importance, and SMEs, cooperatives, and farmers often struggle to access affordable financing for innovation and resilience measures. Participants therefore called for more effective financing mechanisms, including pooled systems, insurance solutions, and investment frameworks that can help scale sustainable innovation across the agri-food sector. Participants also emphasized the importance of people in this transition. Rural communities, women, young farmers, and skilled workers are central to resilient agri-food systems. The private sector stands ready to help deliver this transformation, not only through innovation, but also practical experience from supply chains, manufacturing, farming, logistics, and market implementation. What are businesses asking for? Stable and predictable policy frameworks, stronger public-private cooperation, better conditions for scaling innovation, and greater recognition that private sector is not only a stakeholder in the transformation, but also a key driver of implementation. If we succeed in combining innovation, investment, practical experience, and cooperation, Europe and Central Asia can build agri-food systems that are more resilient, more circular, more competitive, and more sustainable for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the private sector. Ja daję słowo Rosyjskiej Federacji.
I give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Today I will make two small comments. Firstly, we'd like to thank the Chief Economist, distinguished Maximo Torero, for his brief presentation. And I'd like to draw your attention to one thing from that presentation. This also figures in the report. Geopolitical instability, of course, has an influence on food security and nutrition. In particular, in the report and in the presentation, Maximo Torero indicated the increase in military expenditure when compared with the trends that we're seeing in terms of investment in agricultural development. In 2025, overall expenditure increased by almost 3% worldwide on military expenditure and reached a record. This is $2 trillion, well, around $3 trillion. And this is a figure from the Stockholm Peace Institute. Having said that, military expenditure of the 5 countries, the United States, China, Russia, Germany, and India, remained at its previous level. Having said that, we notice how the European Union is consistently stoking hysteria in its own countries and around the world. It's accusing Russia of preparing to attack the countries of the European Union. And in this way also then increasing military expenditure. We've come here today to discuss agriculture. And I'd like to make a statement about that. Probably, it would be much more practical to target our expenditure not on war but on agriculture, not on launching missiles, but rather on developing targeted agriculture and working on our water resources, maintaining our forests, making sure that we have enough healthy food. And in that case, around the world, there will be fewer justifications for conflict if we do all of that. Once again, I encourage the countries of the European Union not to stoke this idea of threats and not to accuse Russia of increasing its military expenditure. The Stockholm Institute has clearly demonstrated that Russia's defense expenditure hasn't increased, neither has it in the United States or in China. But unfortunately, your countries keep making this statement, and it's you who are spending on defense and not on peace. Thank you very much. I thank the Russian Federation.
La Suisse.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers et chers collègues.
Chair, colleagues, Switzerland thanks the FAO for the presentation of the analysis covering the long-term trends and main drivers and possible weak signs influencing the agro-food systems in Europe and Central Asia. The document was published rather late, and that prevented us from reading in detail, so we'll keep to just a few general remarks. It's important that in future all documents are made available in timely fashion so that member states can read them closely. For a long time, Switzerland has stressed there is a need to build analysis capacity ex ante and also to draw up scenario mapping, and we're pleased to see the efforts that are being made here. We therefore encourage FAO to continue its commitment to these kinds of strategic foresight studies in cooperation with other organizations and initiatives to build its capacities and to disseminate the results to a broad public. This work offers us some elements to think about in order to guide our strategic thinking, not only among members but also within FAO itself and across the region. We'd therefore like to know how FAO uses this analysis to propose the 4 regional priorities, as well as the Programme of Work and Budget and the medium-term programme. In other words, we want to ask how the FAO divisions use these scenarios to guide their own work. This analysis should feed into strategic discussions that are guided by members, FAO management and its teams. The different scenarios show clearly that transformation of our agri-food systems towards greater sustainability, including through agroecological approaches, is no longer optional, it is essential for a common future of food security. FAO should clearly and ambitiously promote holistic approaches to our transformation of agri-food systems, such as agroecology. This can make a decisive contribution to the resilience of our food systems and to adaptation and mitigation of climate change, to preserving biodiversity, soil health, sustainable water management, as well as the promotion of healthy diets across the region. In light of the current context and the consequences of a number of conflicts, we encourage FAO to better integrate the risks connected to these issues, taking in account of their potential effects on energy, fertilizers, and food prices. The current situation in the Strait of Hormuz is a very clear example of this. Diversification of supply sources, logistical corridors, and better risk management remains essential. Finally, the document mentions that the Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia is currently carrying out deep analysis in order to better understand the interaction between the key factors and to identify drivers of transformation within the framework of potential scenarios. Could you tell us more about this work? How are members involved in it, and what are the outcomes or results that are expected? Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup à la Suisse.
I thank Switzerland.
I now give the floor to Portugal. Portugal, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to you, good morning to the podium, and good morning to all colleagues that are here and online. Thank you very much again. We are very thankful to FAO for presenting the foresight and the challenges in the region, which is very useful for setting our priorities for the next years and for the future. I fully align myself or my country's position with the position expressed here by Poland on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states, and of course with colleagues that already spoken. But I asked for the floor just to express my, my surprise to start discussing is the questions outside of our mandate, like the expenditure in defense. Yes, indeed, I fully agree. We are spending too much probably in defense regarding what we need for restoring our soils, for managing our food systems, for having a better life for the rural populations, for the smallholders, and in general for those involved in food production and consumption in Europe. But there is a very easy way to solve it, and the easy way is stop the war now. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and over to you.
And thank you, Portugal. I now give the floor to Norway. Norway, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. I would just like to use this opportunity to share some perspectives from Norway. So in Norway, multifunctional agriculture is the foundation of our sector. Agriculture plays many roles, both in terms of social, economic, environmental sustainability. To maintain vibrant rural areas and active food production throughout the country is an important priority for food security. And preparedness and resilience has become a more clear priority. And also delivering on the obligation under the Paris Agreement, the Kunming-Montreal Agreement under CBD has become also more clearer priorities. However, the foundation to achieve all these goals will always be family farming and maintaining the family farming structure. So in this context, we found paragraph 29 to be a little bit biased. So we just want to remind that all policies are in compliance with the WTO rules, and also to recall from our discussions yesterday on resilience and the need to diversify strategies. We think this should also be an important takeaway that we have here today. So we thank the FAO for the analysis, and also the foresight analysis with these comments. And finally, I want to say, along with the statements made by the European Union, that in our region, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has further exacerbated the already existing socioeconomic, environmental and technological challenges, including food security, rural livelihoods and the affordability of healthy diets. And as this has affected particularly the most vulnerable. So we echo this position presented from Poland on behalf of the European Union. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Norway. Ja daję słowo Rosyjskiej Federacji, to be followed by the European Union.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Not quite entirely, but first of all, my comments concerned that they're based on the text which is contained in the report and the official document which was presented to us on this item on the agenda. And this militarization of economies and the impact this is having on agricultural development in our region this is not my idea. This is an analysis that was conducted by the FAO Secretariat. Now, the FAO Secretariat is following closely, keeping to its mandate, at least trying to keep closely to the mandate, and there's no reason for me to call into doubt the conclusions presented in an official document of an international organization. Now, I fully ready to support my colleague from Portugal with just one tiny change. He said that we need to stop the war now, and I would call on us to stop wars now. The war which the United States launched against Iran. Yesterday we heard a lot about this, and today too there was mention made of the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. There's not a situation in the Strait of Hormuz. Let's call a spade a spade. There is an aggression by the United States against the sovereign state of Iran. And on the very first day, the results of this aggression, it killed the elected leader of this country, and everything that then followed was Iran's right to exercise defense as a sovereign state. And when we talk about the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, it's as if just out of the blue one day, as Iceland said yesterday, in Tehran they woke up and decided, oh, let's close the Strait of Hormuz. But this is not the case. Iran took these measures in response to an act of aggression. And Iran is fully in line with its international obligations, including under the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. So let's not selectively interpret that convention. There are provisions in that convention which are fully in line with what Iran is doing now. So we should, yes, we need to stop this war against Iran. We need to stop the war against Lebanon. We need to stop the war against Palestine. And ultimately, let's remember that the Gaza Strip is in ruins now. So let's be consistent and follow the call of our Portuguese colleague with this one little change. Not ending a war, but ending wars now. And let's stop increasing military spending and put this instead into developing agriculture. And let's be honest when we are here, when we are discussing this with each other. Let's be honest about what is really undermining food security. Thank you. Thank you to the Russian Federation.
I now give the floor to the European Union, followed by Sweden and then the United Kingdom. European Union, you have the floor.
Good morning. Do you hear me? Yes. So on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states, I would like to react very briefly to the claims just made by the Russian Federation. I think it's needless to explain that or why the EU not only feels but actually is threatened. But we'll not enter into that kind of debate because we're here, as you said, to talk about agricultural development. In the context, let me just highlight that the EU and its member states, within all the economic constraints and the global challenges we just face, we always have shown our determination to respond to global crises, to global food crises. Over the last 4 years, the EU and its member states have collectively disbursed more than 13 billion euros on food security and nutrition in partner countries. And the support is equally distributed between short-term food assistance and medium-term investments in resilient and sustainable food systems. As you can imagine, we would prefer not having to spend a significant part of our assistance on humanitarian aid, but rather in building resilient and sustainable food systems, developing agriculture. And I'm sure we'll see on Friday here also in the field trip the potential of all the countries, all the partners in developing vibrant rural areas and rural economies. So please be reassured that we're here in FAO and other institutions as well, where we also spend a lot, WFP and IFAD, to work on UN agricultural development and join forces, not just in discussions here, but also in investments, in policies, coordinating actions, so that our agri-food systems meet economic, environmental, and social needs for now and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. I now give the floor to Sweden and to be followed then by the United Kingdom. Sweden, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it brief. Just as a reference was made to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, I will not go into further details and let's say derail our discussion beyond the scope of what we're actually here to discuss, but just to say that indeed the report referenced is open on the CPRI website, and I think it's very clear for all colleagues to read it there and see all the numbers and not just, let's say, cherry-picked ones. But taking this opportunity, because I am actually quite happy that the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute is raised in this context, because they are a member of the Swedish FAO committee and do very important research as part of their program on food, peace and security. So I would take this opportunity to encourage colleagues to please take part of that research, because it is indeed very, very interesting and of utmost relevance for our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sweden. The United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Sweden for that positive note. The UK really, really regrets that because of the provocation of one particular member who has decided to politically grandstand with misinformation, The discussion on what should be a really important item has been, frankly, derailed. One country in this room spends 38% of its government spend on military and security, and it's not the UK. And as Sweden has said, I think we can look at that CIPRI report in its fullest sense and see the truth. We as the UK, we want to talk about the solutions that will help Europe and Central Asia move towards sustainable agriculture and resilient food system. That's also why the UK last year in 2025 was the largest contributor to FAO's voluntary budget and is one of the highest contributors to FAO's core budget. We want to see solutions because, as the EU said, that's what we're here to do, not to sow division. Thank you.
Thank you. The United Kingdom. Not having any more requests for the floor, I'd like to thank our distinguished... Russian Federation, my apologies.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to use my right to reply to the statement just made by the representative of the United Kingdom. We don't hide our military expenditure. However, at the same time, I brought data from a specific document. The distinguished delegate from Sweden offered that everybody familiarize themselves with this report and to make their own conclusions about the levels of military expenditure and about the trend in military expenditures in different countries. That's the first thing. Secondly, we also heard an accusation that one country...
United Kingdom.
I believe, subject to your view, Chair, there is no right to reply because the UK did not mention a single country other than Sweden in its intervention. So if Sweden wishes to express a right to reply, then it should be able to do that. But I don't believe the United Kingdom mentioned any other country in our statement. Thank you.
Okay. In that case, I didn't quite understand which country you intended. So in that case, why did you say Sweden? Does this mean that you don't respect Sweden? What are you saying that in such a way that confused me? But if I'm confused or was misled, then I seek your apology. I thought that you were talking about us, but nonetheless, you then went on to say that one country was diverting the discussion into another line. This country that allegedly which doesn't allegedly correspond to the aims of the conference, but there was the decision yesterday of your decision that you didn't want to discuss. Doesn't that also divert the discussion? Doesn't that also divert the aims of our conference? This provision about military expenditure, this comment was included in the document on this agenda item, and therefore I made a comment on a specific paragraph and gave specific data from a specific piece of research from the Swedish Institute. And my position is not that we should divert the discussion, but rather we should comment on the report. And then there was the subsequent, and also on the statements from the European Union and from Portugal. Therefore, I understand that evidently you only want to hear what you yourself think is the truth. But I very much hope that after...
Thank you.
I very much hope that after this conference, the United Kingdom and the countries of the European Union won't send yet another letter to the FAO Secretariat with a request to ask how data ended up in the report on militarization of the economy. Because then you seem to like threatening the organization for the fact that they are publishing the truth and those data that you don't want to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Russian Federation. And just for the point of order that the United Kingdom did raise, they did not, in fact, mention a particular country, but I think mentioning a specific figure, it could be inferred that they were mentioning the Russian Federation, and hence they were allowed to to continue their speech or their intervention. Colleagues, unless there are any other interventions, I propose to hand the floor to the Secretariat for a response. Secretariat, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, thank you very much also for the statements. I think the discussion today confirmed that the foresight exercise is an important element utilizing robust data to agri-food systems transformation in the region and globally to manage the complexity and uncertainty and interconnectedness of the risk through a systems approach. I think the statements in this case also emphasized the contribution it is going to make to resilience and preparedness. The regional foresight work highlights, of course, also that climate change, water stress, demographic shifts, technological transformation and changing consumer demands are no longer isolated trends, which you have also emphasized, but are deeply also interconnected. The statements, I think, welcomed the foresight report approach as a pathway also of linking environmental sustainability and shared also prosperity. I think it was also underlined that policy coherence, science and innovation, integrated governance and investment in resilient agri-food systems will be essential to navigate also trade-offs and accelerate progress towards the SDGs. The members supported the continuation of the foresight work, and FAO and the regional office uses the analysis as a basis for defining our priorities. The revised priorities, which we are also discussing under agenda item 18, uses this analytical report. The foresight process in FAO uses also foresights of other actors in the region, and the consultation with the members during the informal consultation in 2025 contributed also to the shaping of the priorities based on the foresight analysis, and this is going to be a recurrent exercise. The statement also further supported strategic foresight and future analysis as a unique, neutral and inclusive platform, and underpinning the rigorous science and evidence-based assessment. We note also that the readiness of members to further scale up and support FAO's area in this work. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So, is the conference in agreement with the recommendations as outlined in document ERC/26/7, taking into consideration the interventions made on the floor under this item? No objections? I see no objections. I would like to thank you all for your contributions and now consider this item as closed. Thank you all. Remarkably, we're ahead of time. This is pretty sensational stuff. So, moving on to the programme and budget matters of the agenda, we have ahead of us item 18, regional results, priorities, the four betters, and the sustainable development goals. I refer you to document numbers ERC/26/8 and ERC/26/9. I would now like to invite Ms. Beth Crawford, Assistant Director General from the Director of Office of Strategies, Programme and Budget, to introduce this item. Beth, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good morning, Excellencies, honorable representatives of member countries, distinguished participants, and ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to introduce agenda item 18, regional results, priorities, the four betters, and the sustainable development goals. This agenda item includes two background documents. One is ERC/26/8, which presents the key achievements of FAO in Europe and Central Asia in 2024-25, within the framework of the 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development and the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-31. Then ERC/26/9 gives an overview of challenges and opportunities along with the key priorities for FAO's work in the region and how the priorities are addressed through the regional areas of emphasis in 2026-27 and beyond. So let me start with some reflections on the achievements of the 2024-25 biennium. The region continued to face multiple and compounding challenges, including climate change impacts, the war in Ukraine, economic pressure, and the triple burden of malnutrition, all of which have increased vulnerabilities in agri-food systems. The document outlines the response to these challenges through the implementation of the FAO Strategic Framework in the region in 2024-25, including highlights of strategic achievements under the regional priorities and implementation of the corporate strategies. Reference is made to transformative partnerships with governments, the private sector, academia, and international organizations, enhancing resource mobilization and technical cooperation. Finally, the document highlights operational improvements and lessons learned to guide future agri-food systems transformation in Europe and Central Asia. Turning to the other document, as the region advances into 2026-27, climate change, conflicts, the increasing economic crisis, and the triple burden of malnutrition remain decisive forces shaping food security, rural livelihoods, and the resilience of agri-food systems. At the regional informal consultation in May 2025 and the 44th session of the European Commission on Agriculture in October 2025, members underscored that the multiple crises demand a more systemic and integrated response to accelerating agri-food systems transformation. Drawing on the outcomes of these discussions, as well as the findings of the Regional Strategic Foresight Report, the internal review of regional priority programs and agri-food systems analyses at the country level, the regional priorities have been reviewed and adjusted. The overarching priority of ensuring food security and addressing malnutrition will serve as the regional goal. It's entitled Ensuring Food Security and Addressing All Forms of Malnutrition Through Sustainable Agri-Food Systems that Facilitate Inclusive Rural Transformation, Shape Food Environments for Healthy Diets, and Advance Natural Resources Management. The other regional priorities have been revised to increasingly reflect a systems approach, embed food security and nutrition, and reflect lessons learned and address ongoing challenges and emerging opportunities. The regional priorities will place greater emphasis on inclusiveness, resilience, and sustainability, deepening support for rural women, youth, and small-scale producers. Also improving food environments for healthy diets and market access, and advancing integrated natural resource governance, climate action, and circular bioeconomy approaches. To highlight how FAO addresses the regional priorities, which are the main regional areas of emphasis, their alignment with the program priority areas and their contribution to the SDG targets are reflected in the annex of the document. Additionally, the background document presents the regional approach towards implementing FAO's corporate initiatives and the corporate strategies for science and innovation and climate change, and it also outlines how the region plans to improve institutional effectiveness and further strengthen partnerships and FAO collaboration within the UN system. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussion.
And thank you, Beth. The introduction of the agenda item continues with a video presenting the regional priorities for 2026 and 2027 and beyond, followed by a panel discussion of distinguished delegates. I would now like to request the Secretariat to play the video. Secretariat, please.
Imagine a world where everyone can access and afford healthy food, where rural communities thrive, where farmers are empowered and their livestock is healthy, and where nature is protected today and for generations to come. This is the future the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, is working towards. Across Europe and Central Asia, FAO is turning this vision into action by listening and responding to real needs on the ground. The organization is helping countries build a world without hunger and malnutrition, a world in which sustainable food and agriculture systems deliver inclusive rural transformation, food environments support healthy diets, and natural resources are managed sustainably. The region is diverse and the challenge is complex. Rural poverty, unequal access to healthy diets, the threat of diseases, including some with pandemic potential, climate pressures and environmental degradation increasingly affect water, land, and livelihoods across the region. However, these challenges also present an opportunity to transform agri-food systems, making them more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive. Guided by the four betters: better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, FAO's work in Europe and Central Asia through 2027 focuses on three connected priorities. First, inclusive rural transformation. Rural communities are the backbone of agri-food systems. Yet too often, many vulnerable people here, including smallholders, family farmers, women, and youth, are at risk of being left behind. By supporting inclusive policies, access to land and resources, knowledge of good production practices, innovation, and digital solutions, FAO is helping build resilient rural areas where people choose to stay, invest, and grow. Second, shaping food environments and markets for healthy diets. When rural communities thrive, food and agriculture systems become stronger. But healthy food must be accessible and affordable for everyone. FAO works with governments, cities, farmers, and food businesses to create systems that make it easy to choose nutritious, safe, and sustainably produced food. By adopting the concept of farm to fork, incorporating food education, school meals, food safety, local value chains, and the One Health approach, FAO is building agri-food systems that benefit both producers and consumers. Third, natural resources management, environmental protection, and climate resilience. And none of this is possible without healthy soils, pastures, water, and biodiversity. These natural resources are under growing pressure, including from climate change, which is making extreme weather more intense and frequent. Agri-food systems contribute to these pressures as well, but they also are part of the solution. FAO supports countries in managing natural resources sustainably, strengthening resilience to climate change, and reducing environmental impacts, all while boosting productivity. By promoting climate-resilient practices, nature-based and ecosystem solutions, circular bioeconomy approaches, and green innovation, we can protect nature while securing food and livelihoods for the future. Working towards all three priorities, FAO aims at solutions that are practical, scalable, and driven by demand, placing strong emphasis on inclusivity, gender equality, partnerships, innovation, data, and finance. Across Europe and Central Asia, change does not begin with a single action. It begins when separate efforts unite. That is when the system starts to shift. Working together, real progress is possible. And it's happening now.
Dear colleagues, I think that video really demonstrates why we are here, why we are a technical organisation, and why we should endeavour to stay on message and talk about agricultural technical issues as best we can. And I would really encourage colleagues to stick to what we're here for and stick to the agenda items because, as I said, what the video has just shown really amplifies the raison d'etre for coming to Dushamni. So that was, as I said, an excellent video. As I mentioned earlier, we will now have a panel discussion. Just to note, the panel discussion is not part of the report, but it will not prevent our members, delegates from delivering of their official statements thereafter. So I would now like to invite Mr. Raymond Yell, Deputy Regional Representative for Europe and Central Asia, the moderator of the panel discussion. Mr. Yell, you have the floor. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning once again. It's a pleasure for you to lead another panel discussion this morning, and as it has been also mentioned, to focus on some of the technical aspects of the regional priorities. I think the video, as well as, of course, also the presentation of Bev, have also shown that with such a short interactive discussion, we want to facilitate and we want to set off the dialogue on the future priorities for the agri-food systems transformation in the region. And this panel should function as an appetizer for the ministerial roundtable, and I hope you appreciate this also, although it's informal. And in this case, it's my pleasure to call on distinguished panelists, and I would like to ask first to welcome His Excellency Minister Abdurakamov, the Minister of Agriculture from Uzbekistan. I would also like to invite the, thank you very much. Let's make this a bit more dynamic, and I appreciate the applause. Let me also call His Excellency Viktor Boretsky, the Ambassador of Slovakia to Tajikistan, for also this panel. Thank you very much. I would like to call also on Ms. Judith Hitchman, the CSO representative from NIELF, also Europe. Judith, welcome also to this panel. And of course, last but not least, in this case also to ensure that we have almost a gender balance, I would like to ask Carolina Starr, the Agriculture Officer from the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, in particular, getting views, in this case also from the Secretariat. Thank you very much, colleagues and excellencies, for joining us. So, I'm not going to make a long introduction, but I would like to turn Minister Abdurakamov to you. When we see that one of the regional priorities, which is food environment and agri-food systems, and we have seen also in the background document that ensuring food security and all form of malnutrition is one of the overarching goals. And so I would like to see and hear a bit also from you, as countries in the region are still facing a triple burden of malnutrition. We have still undernutrition, we have micronutrient deficiencies, we have also obesity, and a central barrier to overcome this is certainly the inadequacy and the inability also for healthy diets. So how do you see this from your perspective in terms of using a systems approach, how we are going to be able to overcome?
Thank you very much, dear Chair, dear colleagues, excellencies. This is very timely question. Malnutrition and production connection of resilient agriculture is very important. In that sense, let me share a little bit our thoughts. Of course, first pillar in that direction is food literacy. As you mentioned, it's very important. Even you produce, if you don't use correctly the food resources, it's a huge, huge problem. That's why in Uzbekistan, to address these questions, we have specific programs. For example, 12,000 youth in high schools involved in a special program, Health Roads, that we call Salamatlik Yönelişleri in Uzbek, is Health Roads, and we really educate our children from the high schools. It's a food literacy. It's very important, as you mentioned. And second, of course, we have a special programs in higher education. I'm glad to mention here that we have an international agriculture university with colleagues from Britain Royal Agriculture University, and they were offering special programs, bachelor programs, and preparing new generation cadres on this food security, food safety, and malnutrition directions to address timely not only the production increase, but also food safety and nutrition values. Second, of course, value chain. In ministerial sessions, I highlighted that we really increase our food production lately, at least 1 million tons of additional food products increased because we allocated lots of land resources to food production. However, there is a big gap and still need on the resilient food chain value development. Of course, cold storages, reprocessing, and on this area, I'm also very much thankful for our international collaborations, financial institutions, ADB, World Bank. We creating lots of agro-logistics and agro-connect projects working very well in Uzbekistan. So we working toward this food processing, and actually you see the food export is very important for us. We produce more, but we also share the food. Third pillar, of course, I would like highlight, this is a kind of mechanisms to implement. For example, we just adopted food safety law in Uzbekistan that considers also huge monitoring programs on food safety issues. And this is just what I was here, but yesterday our president approved a new committee for food safety as a new ministry connected with us, agriculture, and the cabinet of ministers that really incorporates all the key functions of phytosanitary, quarantine services, veterinary services, and One Health issues, One Health directions. So it's a new initiative that we're taking up, addressing this what you addressed, nutrition, malnutrition. However, I would like to point all of my colleagues here. In our region, in Central Asia, it's not a big issue for production. We produce more food. However, these foods, of course, you see our tables, our culinary, cultural heritage. However, we do not have access to the sea products. We double landlocked countries, and biggest malnutrition problem in our table, in our young generation table, is a huge problem is sea products. And that's why I very much highlight and thankful for Russian Federation and my colleague, Minister of Agriculture in Russian Federation. We have a very good collaboration. We have a new program accessing sea products from Novosibirsk Valley, so we're doing very good. And yesterday I had a meeting with Ireland, Poland, Georgian ministries. So we would like to have, in this region, one component we have to add in nutrition, this is sea products. Aral Sea dried up, we lost that sea, and sea products. So this is a kind of a highlight, and we're doing in the region, and it's a very important initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for this one, particularly highlighting the lack also of aquatic products, what you said, but at the same time also the regulation. Would you have already a very specific policy which you would think from your point of view Uzbekistan is already quite successfully implementing in order to support the nutrition aspects and the healthy diet issues?
Of course, specific policies, as I told, we already adopted the law, food safety, and National Committee for Food. It's a kind of reforms, institutional reforms we're having. Also, we have specific certification, organic products certification laboratories nationwide. And right now, our aim, we have 20,000 hectares in organic production. That will be more than 40,000 in the coming years. Also, lots of food certification labs we implemented as a policy. So we certified foods. Many foods, BCI, we implemented, for example, also halal certificates, global GAP certificates. This is a kind of, I can highlight, this is, as a policies really implemented. Also, one thing, as a policy or, agricultural development direction, diversification, all the agriculture in the region is a market-oriented or market-driven. But Uzbekistan, we revised our agenda. In Uzbekistan, we're not only market-driven agriculture, but human-centered agriculture, plus human-centered agriculture. What does it mean? Of course, STEM is very good technologically, but we add humanity, ethics, creativity, imagination, Heki. So STEM plus Heki, or market-driven agriculture plus human-centered agriculture, will be Uzbekistan core reform policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for this one. Particular with, let's say, the human-centric approach. You are giving already the guidance for the next area, because we had now these good examples on, let's say, the food environment from Uzbekistan, and I would like to move to the next regional priority, where we're talking about rural transformation. We talk about youth and innovation, and I would like to move to His Excellency the Ambassador Boretsky from Slovakia, because we have mentioned in the background document, Bev has also stressed this, that there is a stronger need for inclusiveness. And we heard also yesterday, during actually it was on Monday, during the Generation Wise, invest a lot about the young people leaving agriculture, threatening in this case also the sustainability. So access to land is a constraint. How does Slovakia effectively support this generational renewal?
Dear colleagues, first of all, allow me to express our sincere gratitude for inviting Slovakia to this panel discussion. We highly appreciate the opportunity to contribute to this important debate. We also consider our participation here as recognition of our long-standing effort to strengthen cooperation with FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia. The region covered by FAO Office is naturally very close to us, a region facing many shared challenges, but also significant opportunities for cooperation, innovation, and sustainable development. Last October, Slovakia signed a memorandum of understanding with FAO, establishing important framework for future cooperation. I am pleased to say that we have already started implementing concrete activities under this partnership. As a member state of European Union since 2004, Slovakia's agricultural policy framework is closely linked to common agricultural policy of the European Union. Like many other countries, Slovakia faces structural challenges related to aging agricultural workforce, declining interest among young people in agricultural professions, limited access to land and financing, and lower attractiveness of the sector compared to other parts of economy. Currently, the largest age group employed in Slovak agriculture is between 55 and 59 years old, which clearly demonstrates the urgency of generation renewal. Our policy response, therefore, focuses on creating better entry conditions for young farmers and improving the long-term viability of agriculture's entrepreneurships in rural areas. Under the Common Agricultural Policy strategic plan, Slovakia provides targeted support for young farmers through higher direct payments and dedicated rural development interventions. Particular attention is being given to startup support, access to investment financing, modernization of production, digitalization, and precision agriculture. At the same time, we consider access to agricultural land and financing instruments to be among the most critical issues. Young farmers often face significant barriers when entering the sector. Addressing these structural obstacles must remain a policy priority at both national and European level.
Thank you, Ambassador. Actually, you already anticipated my follow-up question because I wanted to ask you already about what are some of the, let's say, mechanisms, but you mentioned already the startups, precision agriculture. So I think, do you have something maybe specific also related to digital innovation, which you would like to add from your side?
Mm-hmm. Yes. European Union has several tools for sharing the best practices to other neighboring countries. One of these tools which Slovakia uses as well is twinning program. And it could be, of course, used for improving young farmers' condition in areas that you have mentioned. It is institutional cooperation instrument that helps public administration in EU candidate countries, neighbor countries, and partner states align with EU laws, standards, and administrative practices. It is not a student exchange program like Erasmus+, which is of course very meaningful program for students. Instead, it's aimed at governments, ministries, regulators, courts, and tax authorities, police services, environmental agencies, and similar public sector bodies. However, we believe that support for young farmers must go beyond agricultural production itself. Investments in rural infrastructure, education, advisory services, digital connectivity, and quality of life in rural areas are equally important if we want young people to remain and build their future in rural communities. At the same time, stronger support for intergenerational knowledge transfer and succession planning will be essential for ensuring the long-term resilience and technological transformation of the agricultural sector.
Thank you, Ambassador, for this one also giving a clear understanding of what could be also EU best practices which are already implemented. It's very good. I think we heard now on the food environment, we heard now also on the priority related to rural transformation. I would like to move to the third, let's say, priority, which we have heard, climate resilience, integrated natural resource governance. And in this case, I would like to turn to Carolina, the Agriculture and Natural Resource Officer in the Regional Office for Europe, because we are going to give more emphasis on resilience and sustainability. And in that sense, FAO is strengthening the work on operationalization, also synergies of the different, let's say, conventions. So how do you, Carolina, see FAO is supporting overcoming the silo which still exists in many cases also at the national level?
Thank you so much, Raymond. Thank you so much for this question. I think the silo is a challenge for every single one of us here. We keep talking about it, but overcome this does not come it easily. Yesterday, FAO presented the paper on United for Sustainability, which was very well received by the colleagues here. And this shows a kind of a path that we are walking together towards that. At the same time, we are going to have similar discussions during COAG, the Commission of Agriculture, that will take place in July. Also, again, we are bringing to our members the attention of the importance of working together. So what FAO is trying to do, we are trying to help and support countries in build this bridge between Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, but also Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Education. So how can we foster the dialogue at national and regional level? It's not an easy question and also not an easy answer, but also it's a challenge that every single country in every single corner of the world suffer. I don't know one country that has overcome this problem easily and that we have a strong coordination between Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Agriculture. Some are more advanced, some are less, but the only way to do it is by both sides, when I'm talking about agriculture and environment specifically, understand that they need each other at the same level and they need to see each other as complementary. And we still see in many situations this very tense conflict between agriculture is posing a threat to environment. It is clear, but it shouldn't be. So the moment that the dialogue starts to see that without the environment, without like looking at climate change, without looking at the soil in a clear way, agriculture will start producing more. The Ministry of Environment, you have this door a bit more open to come and say, okay, let's work together. So what we are trying to do is to foster dialogue, is to provide evidence and to give data that without each other, we are not going to be able to deliver food security in the next years. At the same time, without money, nothing can happen. So here is when you bring Ministry of Finance to the picture. So if agriculture and environment comes to an agreement, Ministry of Finance is the next step to come. And then you have all the parallel aspects, education. We need to train people, we need to bring more knowledge, we keep talking about innovation. So here is when you have the Ministry of Education to step in. You have to work with health, because food security delivers health. So what are the impacts that an unsustainable food system is bringing in Central Asia, and I'm going to bring like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. This is really a big issue because of the Aral Sea situation. So the impact from agriculture towards health people is massive in some regions. So this dialogue has to come, and the only way is if we see each other as equal. So each ministry has to understand that they have equal importance on the dialogue and needs to be open, and that's what we are trying to do. We are trying to foster this dialogue through mechanisms like this, through mechanisms like SCOAG, through workshops and capacity building at national and regional level. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carolina, on this one. Yeah, I think the COAG later this year, end of July, will certainly also make efforts in this case. We have the unique opportunity that we have in the region, or in the wider region this year, 3 COPs. We have the 31 in Turkey, we have the CBD in Armenia. We are talking about also this in a side event tomorrow, and we have the UN CCD in Mongolia. Do you think this super COP year for this region is going to help, particularly to overcome some of these barriers we're talking about?
Well, the answer I want to give is, I hope so. Like, I hope that having all the COPs in the region or nearby the region, because Mongolia share a lot of similarities with especially Central Asia, give us a very unique opportunity, because it brings a lot of attention to us, give us a lot of work, not just for FAO, but like for the countries. When you're hosting a COP, this shows commitment from the countries. But also the COPs, they tend to connect the agenda to the region. So that is always like the agenda that the hosting country is pushing forward. So having this here shows that there is an alignment for pushing forward biodiversity, pushing forward land degradation, and pushing forward climate change. So the preparation for this COP should be done in a more integrated way. The countries here, they have a unique opportunity to show what they consider their priority. And again, these COPs, normally they sit in different ministries, like the focal point for these COPs, normally they sit in different ministries between agriculture and environment. So having a coordinated process at national level to come with a unified position is a very unique opportunity that you should take into consideration. Nowadays, we have a lot of synergies between the commitments that countries they have towards this convention. So each convention has a mechanism. The countries, they make the commitments and they need to move forward. There is a lot of synergies, and sometimes the synergies are seen as competition, and at the same time, there is a lot of gaps that needs to be covered. So the country should do the exercise at national level to look at all these commitments, see how they are spending their funds to try to achieve them, and try to understand how each of them can do in a coordinated way, and then come to the COP with a very strong commitment to integrate it. The integration of the three COPs, they are in the three COPs agenda, so we have this document as part of it. It's in the FAO agenda, and in many of our countries also is part of their commitment that we are doing. So I think what I'm inviting you now is like how we can make something that is at the kind of discussion level to become something concrete. And this FAO is here to support, but the action needs to be done at national level.
Thank you, Carolina, on this one. And I think, yeah, there is a good basis. I think we definitely should use the momentum, but of course, it remains in this case also challenging. This closes a bit some spotlight on the third regional priority on natural resource management, climate change. I want to come to the last area, and in this case to Judith Hitchman, CSO representative. And we talked already, the minister talked already about a people-centric approach. We talk about having women farmers, inclusion, as well as also the civil society, and these are more important cross-cutting issues. And we have highlighted this also in the background document. So we have the 2026 is the International Year of Women Farmers, and therefore spotlighting in this case also on their role on agriculture. How do you see this from your perspective, Judith? What are the main priorities and the challenges we are facing of rural and young women in the region?
Thank you very much, Raymond, for the question, and good morning to everybody. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm not myself a woman farmer, but our organization, Urgency, has 50% women farmers, and many of them are very young. So I feel very comfortable answering your question. The points I'm making also come from the civil society consultation that we held last week. So I think we need to look at this from two angles. First of all, from a policy angle. Secondly, from perhaps a more sociological. At policy level, we already have quite a lot of really strong instruments. The first that I'd like to mention is the CFS voluntary guidelines on gender equality. But it's not enough to have policy, it's how do you implement it. So I think because it is a voluntary document, we need to take it down to country level and to make it binding at country level in order to achieve the equality that we want to see. Because the access to land, water, seeds, fisheries resources, and other means of production is still not equitably gendered throughout our region or indeed around the world. In many of our countries, women are still facing major barriers in accessing and controlling these resources, despite the essential role of food production in rural life. Women are far too often treated as helpers and appendages of the male farmers, and their rights are often overlooked. In terms of their rights, I think we also need to perhaps look to how we can work with the ILO in terms of social protection elements, in terms of elements that cover retirement, maternity pay, equal pay, and also the recognition of care work. So decent working conditions are really critical for many women workers on farms and for the women farmers themselves. Particularly migrant women workers in the period of COVID had the most horrendous housing conditions in different places around Europe, including in our developed countries. And I think that these are elements where cooperating with the ILO could be very helpful. In particular, the International Labour Organization's conference, the ILC, last year, their final declaration, the theme of the conference was care work. And the final declaration comes out very strongly with a lot of very positive ideas. So the decent work dimension for women farmers and farm workers and migrant workers on farms is something I think that we could constructively look to strengthen what we're talking about here. And there are also agricultural representatives within the ILO because it is a tripartite organization, as you know. So the questions here that we need to look at in terms of care include care for children, elderly people, communities, care for the land, care for seeds, animals, soil, biodiversity, and ecosystems. And much of care work is a feminine concern, which doesn't mean that there are not men doing this as well, because men also have a feminine dimension when it comes to that. So the goal should be really to share all reproductive and productive labor. But the first steps are to make all the work that is done by women on farms visible and to recognize it fully. We also must avoid treating women as a homogeneous category. I get a little bit irritated by the end of a lot of sentences which are women and youth. Women are a very diverse category, need to be recognized as such, including in their gender diversity. Youth are also a very diverse category. So I think we need to be careful not to just add words as the fashion to add women and youth to the end of every sentence or declaration.
You did.
So the other aspect that I would like to underline is the intersectional one. Intersectional means cross-cutting. And women who are elderly, disabled, are, for example, an intersectional example. So I think we need to take the intersectional aspect on board. To me, agroecology is perhaps the clearest example because around the world, peasant women are building feminist agroecology. And this is through collective organization, reciprocity, local knowledge, and food sovereignty. Finally, family farming is not always friendly to young women, because there's often a tendency in certain countries for the male son to inherit the farm to the detriment of allowing women to introduce their ideas and take over. So women are very often going outside and creating new, innovative, collective farms. Many are cooperatives, but there are also many other forms. And I think that women farmers are doing a lot of the food production in the short food chains around our region and throughout the world.
Thanks for this one. I mean, it shows, of course, also the complexity. You have mentioned already quite many areas, many issues. If you would need to pick just one, which would be the one which you would like to influence first?
I can't just pick one. Okay, if I have to pick one, it would be to make the voluntary guidelines on gender equality a binding document throughout our region.
So we talk about a policy.
So policy, because policy on gender guidelines and on decent work would support the work that we as civil society are doing from the ground up.
Thank you very much for this one. Very much appreciated. We're coming already really to the end, so I would like to thank you. But I would like to use the occasion, maybe a bit off the spot, having the minister sitting here. Is there one specific action when we talk about priorities, when we talk about the priorities for you, which you would like to emphasize and highlight?
Of course, first of all, the policies you highlighted very well, and I fully agree we have to be leadership role in gender equity in agriculture. This is very important for all regions, including Uzbekistan. We just adopted the gender strategy in Uzbekistan, and we are champions in the country adopting the gender equity. Thank you. This is very, and youth also. It's a cannot, cannot be separated out, but it's very important.
Thank you very much, Minister, also for this one. This is a good transition to our special event, which we're going to have tomorrow on International Women Farmers 2026. So I would like to thank you again for this interesting, I would call it a warm-up, which we did for some of the statements. And I would like to ask the audience to give some applause to the panelists. Thank you very much. So I think we have brought an interesting view, and so we're looking forward to your statements, and particularly we're looking forward to your endorsement of the priorities for 26 and 27. Thank you very much, and back to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Yell. Dear colleagues, again, just to reiterate, we have had a really good discussion. It was preceded by an excellent video. I would encourage colleagues in their interventions to be very on message and focused on the topic that we're discussing. So now I'd like to invite the members to make their statements under this item. And please keep it, within the 4 minutes that we have already stated, which would be very helpful. To start, we will have Poland on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states, followed by France, and followed by the CSO representative. I now give the floor to Poland on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Poland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, but I will have to excuse because I'm going to take a little bit more than 4 minutes. So
I will be as indulgent as I can possibly be.
Thank you so much. I'm honored to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Georgia, Moldova, Montenegro, Serbia and Ukraine align themselves with this statement. First of all, we recognize the importance of the FAO Strategic Framework 2023-31 in providing direction for FAO's work and contributing to the achievement of the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the region. We recognize that the region had to face multiple challenges and significant economic pressure in the biennium due to climate change and environmental issues, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, and recent tensions in the Middle East and their repercussions on energy, logistics, inputs, and particularly fertilizer markets, which have increased the vulnerability of agriculture and food systems, particularly in terms of food security, input costs, and supply chain resilience. We support FAO's systematic and integrated approach for the achievement of the 4 regional priorities endorsed at the 34th session of the ERC, which have contributed to the application of the 4 accelerators in light of the SDGs and to enhancing policy coherence and synergies in the intervention across the region. Concerning the first overreaching regional priority on ensuring food security and addressing all forms of malnutrition, we welcome FAO's comprehensive support for the country-led dietary guidelines, for the implementation of school meal programs in selected countries, targeted knowledge exchange and policy support, as well as the food security and agricultural livelihood assessment conducted in Ukraine, particularly in response to crisis-related vulnerabilities. Regarding the second regional priority on formulating effective policies, promoting digital innovation and facilitating sustainable rural transformation, we appreciate FAO's work to enhance sustainable agricultural practices through the provision of technical guidelines, the promotion of targeted research and capacity building to enable an effective use of digital tools and services in agriculture and food systems. In this context, we know the Digital Village initiative, which contributes to implement the connectivity of the rural areas and to revitalize local economies and agricultural activities by supporting the long-term vitality and attractiveness of rural areas and preventing their abandonment. With regard to the third regional priority on promoting food systems transformation, including nutrition-sensitive value chains and healthy diets, we welcome the results achieved, particularly in promoting food systems transformation through nutrition-sensitive value chains, stronger food safety and sanitary and phytosanitary measures, and the effective advancements of the One Health approach, which together contribute to healthier, more resilient and sustainable food systems. With regard to the fourth regional priority on promoting sustainable natural resource governance, conserving and sustainably using biodiversity and building resilience to climate change in agriculture, forestry, fishery and other land use sectors, we welcome the concrete and impactful results achieved. In particular, we value the support provided to countries in strengthening sustainable land and integrated water management plans at local levels, such as development of national strategies and action plans to combat land degradation and desertification. We also welcome the strengthening of science policy interfaces via regional platforms on green agriculture and innovation. We further commend FAO's efforts to mainstream cross-cutting themes, including gender equality and the empowerment of women and youth in all regions' activities. In addition, we welcome FAO's work to promote more sustainable agriculture and food systems through actions to fight food loss and waste, to support resilient local and short food supply chains, to reduce the use of pesticides and highly hazardous chemicals through integrated pest management, and to reduce the excess nutrition losses to the environment through more efficient nutrition cycling and use. Regarding the transformation towards sustainable food systems, we call for continued efforts to combine productivity and resilience with sustainability and to scale up the implementation of nature-based solutions to address climate change and environmental issues. In this context, we recall that the FAO strategic framework has to contribute to the achievement of the 2030 Agenda and of the SDGs. We recognize that the Technical Cooperation Program, TCP, is a key catalytic tool providing rapid, targeted support and acting as seed funding to leverage larger investment and partnership. In this light, we call on FAO to allocate a small share of each TCP project to data and analysis to ensure science and evidence-based interventions and stronger statistical capacity. We take note that FAO has consolidated its presence in the region through the country office network, which takes account of the local context of member countries. The goal should be rendering such country-led approach more needs-based by strengthening the link between headquarters and the field, as well as by strengthening FAO's role in facilitating donor coordination to support food security. We take note of FAO's efforts to put in place innovative forms of partnerships, including with the private sector. Such technical partnerships should be declined into actual field functions implemented at country level in order to create synergies and reduce operational costs in alignment with the ongoing UN80 initiative. We therefore reiterate the need to reinforce the collaboration and synergies through the RC system and UN country teams, including among the Rome-based agencies, and through the promotion of joint programming, joint resource mobilization and shared donor engagement, as well as with the quadripartite on the One Health approach. We recall the importance of improved institutional effectiveness and governance to achieve results and build trust in challenging contexts. Therefore, we welcome the ongoing efforts of the working groups on FAO reform and call on FAO to implement upcoming recommendations that will be presented in the 181st session of the Council. In light of the above actions, we acknowledge the results achieved in the region in 2024-2025 and endorse the activities to be undertaken under the 4 revised regional priorities of 2026-2027. Thank you, Chair, and apologies.
That's all right. Thank you, Poland, on behalf of the European Union and the 27 member states. Next, we will have France, followed by CSO representative, followed by Portugal. Je donne la parole à la France.
I give the floor to France.
Mr. Chair, and just allow me to repeat something you've said before, but we sent our statement to the interpreters last week, and this is considered as a request for the floor. That's the reason why I often being given the floor on the first speaker. There is no special treatment for us, so I just want to make that clear in case a colleague was surprised. But thank you very much, and I now switch to French pour dire que
France aligns with the statement made by Poland on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states, and we are making the following remarks in national capacity. Our region, as we have been saying since Monday, is facing multiple challenges: climate change, conflict, economic instability, food insecurity, and malnutrition. And so to assess all of this, we do have a common language. We have a universal reference framework, namely the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda. And we welcome the capacity building work that FAO is carrying out to implement and monitor the SDGs, and we invite FAO to continue this work and to continue using this common framework of the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda. Combating all forms of food insecurity and malnutrition should be a priority, should remain a priority, and we should continue the efforts to integrate nutrition into agriculture policy and public procurement, social protection programs, in particular for all of the most vulnerable groups, specific groups, although I heard at the panel discussion that we shouldn't necessarily just be using this women and youth formula, but we can talk of vulnerable rural populations, certainly. Now, a word on climate change, too. 2024 was the hottest year on record. 2025 will probably beat this record, and France thus encourages FAO to continue providing effective support to countries and ensuring that they have coherent NDCs and national adaptation plans and biodiversity strategies. On science and innovation, innovation in all forms, technical, technological, organizational, social. This is all a big part too in our response to food insecurity and malnutrition. Here we need innovation that is adapted to the needs of the farmers and livestock farmers, especially smallholder farmers, and which also take into account the digital dimension. And a final word on FAO reform. Full implementation of FAO's activities in our region should be done with better institutional governance and effectiveness. We welcome the work underway to reform FAO, and we call for implementing the conclusions of this work once they're known, of course in link with the discussions that are taking place as part of the UN 80 framework. And we hope that this regional conference includes a message in this direction in its conclusions. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à la France.
Thank you, France.
We now have CSO representative, followed by Portugal, followed by the private sector representative. CSO, I give the floor to you.
Good morning, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the civil society of Europe and Central Asia, we as civil society welcome this opportunity to take part in the discussions on the regional results and priorities and the four betters and the sustainable development goals. Now today, when the world is facing increasing food insecurity, ecological challenges and increasing social inequality and the consequences of conflicts, it's particularly important to look at agri-food transformation not only through a technical lens, but through the human lens, the lens of people's rights and dignity and resilient communities. When civil society organizations, what we want to stress is that food sovereignty must remain a central guiding priority for the agri-food transformation in Europe and Central Asia. And food cannot be seen only as a commodity or be just about productivity and markets. Food systems are inseparable from social justice and from food. This is a basic human right. Social inequality, territorial development, peace, access to land, water, decent livelihoods, inclusive participation, and participation in decision-making. All of this is key too. We've taken note of the the thematic priorities set by FAO for the next 2 years: rural transformation, transforming food systems, and managing natural resources. These are important work tracks, but at the same time, there's the question too of how we are implementing all of this in practice, and this is equally important. Who is all of this for, and to what extent are the interests of local communities and various social groups taken into account? Looking at the background documents and the presentations, we see that there's a big focus on technical decisions and modernization, and this is of course important, but the social dimension also should be in the spotlight. Indigenous peoples, smallholders, peasants, shepherds, fishers, consumers, rural workers, women, youth, local communities, all play a key role in ensuring food security, preserving biodiversity, and building resilient rural areas. And their role should be more visible in the discussions and the decision-making. We must recognize that technical innovation alone isn't going to resolve the crises that we face today. The technical aspects, political, social, economic, and environmental situations are all inseparable. Agri-food systems cannot be transformed only through commercialization and integration into global markets. We need to have territorial, intersectional, and resilient food systems which strengthen local economies and markets and promote solidarity and public control over resources. Agroecology is also the preferred work track, especially today when we are seeing increasing global conflicts. And this is why we place particular attention on agroecology, which FAO is doing. The increasing food insecurity is a challenge all around the world and in many parts of our region too, and this is reflected in the latest SOFI report. Armed conflict, political instability are worsening these risks and are having a big impact on access to food, to land, to water, and to other vital resources. And in this situation, food systems are especially vulnerable, and food insecurity is becoming not just an economic issue, but a humanitarian one too. At the same time, we have highly volatile food and farm input prices. And this, together with instability on global markets, is putting great pressure on consumers and on smallholders, and is increasing social inequality and the risk of poverty, extreme poverty, and all of this is having an impact on all other rights, on the right to food, on the right to housing. And so for this reason, we call for greater state intervention to ensure affordable prices, affordable food prices for consumers, and decent livelihoods for the smallholder farmers. And this includes having state food reserves, market regulation, supply regulation mechanisms, action against speculation, and stronger state involvement and regional support, including for local systems and producers. And we need to have all of this included as a form of social protection, and this is a direction that we support. We also stress the importance of promoting continuing agricultural reform and continuing the ICARD plus 20 process that began in Colombia. This involves fair access to land, water, seeds, and territories. All of this is critical for rural transformation and social justice. There are 2 UN General Assembly resolutions on a social and solidarity-based economy, and these are also key tools that we can put to use to ensure that we can achieve systemic change. At the same time, approaches based on human rights must be at the core of all priorities and FAO action, and this includes the right to food and the UN, the UNDROP, and the rights of the indigenous peoples too, as recognized in the UNDROP. These documents are important frameworks for building democratic and fair food systems and supporting our international commitments related to the rights of the rural populations and strengthening the principles of fair and inclusive rural development. We also express our concerns over the situation of cooperation between FAO and the civil society organizations in the region. We recognize the need. There must be an expansion of possibilities for cooperation and participation of civil society, and also bolstering the mechanisms for cooperation. But this can't be limited just to consultations during conferences. What we need is an ongoing and transparent and properly financed system of cooperation that makes it possible for social movements and civil society organizations to take effective part in discussing and implementing policy. And so in this connection, we also stress the need for greater financial support for civil society participants. There's a lack of resources, which is a serious obstacle for social movements and civil society organizations throughout the Europe and Central Asia region. And if inclusion is truly our priority, then it must be backed up by effective support mechanisms. And finally, as Nyeleni, in Europe and Central Asia, we believe that our work together should go beyond the bounds of purely institutional collaboration. Along with working with FAO, we also need to strengthen partnerships with the social movements, have greater solidarity, and build robust collective intercessional processes. The common program and partnership with Nyeleni is an important stage for building a common agenda on food security and food sovereignty and social justice and inequality, also peace and resilient food systems. Thank you.
Spasiba, CSO.
Thank you to the CSO.
I now give the floor to Portugal, followed by the private sector representative, and next after that will be the academia representative. Portugal, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Portugal welcomes the report on FAO's results in Europe and Central Asia and aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union and its 27 member states. We also fully align ourselves with FAO's strong focus on food security and nutrition. This is crucial as the region's agri-food systems continue to face the impacts of the long-standing war in Ukraine, exacerbated now by the conflict in the Gulf region, fueling both economic and climate pressures. The emphasis on healthy diets, evidence-based policies, and multi-sectoral collaboration is fully in line with our main concerns, or let's say, our biggest wishes. Portugal also values FAO's progress in digital innovation and rural transformation, including initiatives that support smallholders, women and youth. Strengthening digital capacities is essential to inclusive and resilient rural development. We welcome FAO's efforts to advance climate-resilient agri-food systems, including support for adaptation planning, climate action capacity, and sustainable natural resource management. Restoring our degraded soil is absolute imperative to ensure regional food security and ecosystem resilience. To achieve this, we must urgently scale up the transition to sustainable methods that regenerate the land and sequester carbon. By doing so, we not only mitigate climate impacts, but also secure a prosperous, viable future for our rural communities. In a nutshell, Portugal reiterates 4 key priorities: restoring degraded soils, scaling up low-carbon practices, strengthening agrobiodiversity, and ensuring equitable access to digital innovation, particularly for small producers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Portugal. I now call on the private sector representative, followed by the academia representative, and then followed by the Russian Federation. I give the floor to the private sector.
Assalamu alaikum, уважаемые участники.
Distinguished participants, thank you very much, Chair. I represent the private sector of Central Asia, and as businessmen we'll be brief and we'll just outline the main theses of the private sector for Central Asia. Over the last 2 days, we've heard a lot about climate change. We've heard a lot about decarbonisation. Today, the private sector is already ready to participate in these projects. In Central Asia, we've already developed a group of companies, National Carbon Project as well, Carbon KG. I'd like to ask the FAO Secretariat to support this project. The project aims to help with decarbonization and to introduce organic farming for sustainability. This method will enable us not only to guarantee food security and productivity, but will also preserve our land for future generations. The second thing that I wanted to say is that we very often talk about food security and about the imbalances in food. Most often, as the private sector, what we see is incorrect distribution of resources and also a lack of a culture of conscious use of these resources. So I'd like to draw the international community's attention to the creation of a methodology and a training course for the implementation of proper use, because this methodology will allow us to better distribute our resources. Also, there's a third thing that I wanted to say. We're talking about nature, we're talking about ecology, and about other things, but the main resource is human resources, the person. And at the moment, all of the different sectors of the economy around the world, if I'm not mistaken, are suffering from a lack of qualified experts, in particular in the agricultural sector. Today, universities and other higher education establishments are de facto not able to properly serve the agricultural sector. We're talking about experts in agriculture and also in other sectors that are involved in the environment and in ecology. And young people today aren't so keen on specializing in these areas. In order to improve the situation, we would propose that at state level and at international level, we create a proper program for women, for young people, and to encourage them to get an education, in particular in agricultural-related sectors. Thank you very much.
Spasiba, private sector.
I thank the private sector.
Next, we have the academia representative, followed by the Russian Federation, and thereafter Switzerland. I give the floor to the academia representative. I understand that the academia representative is online, but we can't hear you. If the academia representative wants to start, please.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
No, I am the private sector representative taking waiting for my turn.
Can you hear me? Sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Sorry.
Just one moment, please. I give the floor to the academia representative, please. Academia representative.
Okay, my name is Professor Tulakish. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. If I'm online, I carry on again. I resume my talk. So, distinguished chair, excellencies, colleagues and partners. So it's now online and you can hear me 100%.
100%.
Oh, okay. My name is Professor Talakish, representative of Széchenyi István University of Hungary, and I hereby to act for academia, and on behalf of consultation hosted by Széchenyi István University, took place on the 15th of April. It's my great honor and pleasure to be nominated as a representative of science research and academia sector. It's essential to underline that universities and research institutions hold essential competencies necessary to combat issues striking the agri-food sectors in our present days. Responding to present calls, FAO has been engaged in strategic foresight exercises for the transformation of agri-food systems at all levels. The overall aim is to address challenges related to transforming agri-food systems to increase their sustainability resilience at regional level. There are several existing barriers and challenges that hinder moving along a sustainable development pattern. The key challenges might be identified as follows. Number one, structural and related challenges. The agricultural sector is characterized by the dominance of small-scale farms, many of which operate on a subsistence or semi-subsistence basis. These farms typically exhibit limited economic viability. In contrast, large corporate farms are present in certain countries. Land markets continue to experience constraints due to lack of proprietorship, the presence of informal arrangements, and the implementation of costly procedures. These factors impede the efficient consolidation. Eastern EU members are existing a phenomenon of dual-speed transformation. Nations such as Czech Republic, Estonia, Slovakia are transitioning towards large-scale commercial or mixed farming models, while Bulgaria and Romania remain anchored to a significant number of small, low-productivity farms. Challenge number two, social, economic, and labor market pressures. Challenges regarding these issues. In several countries, significant proportion of farm managers are over the age of 50. Many farms continue to rely on experience-based management rather than on formal training. Other relevant issues are the rural depopulation, low employment, and persistent poverty. These phenomena are accompanied by the persistent deficiencies in agricultural credit markets constraining modernization. Challenge number three, food security and market vulnerabilities. The cost of sustenance is relatively minimal, yet given the limited financial resources of the populace, considerable proportion of household expenditure is allocated to the procurement of foodstuffs. Exposure to global disruptions, coupled with the reliance on imported inputs, engenders vulnerability. Consequently, strategies have been devised with the aim of establishing agri-food markets and reducing import dependence. It's important to acknowledge that persistent shortcomings of the CAP instruments in establishing a favorable policy instrument for all types of farms. Challenge number four, environmental and policy sustainability. In order to meet the objectives set in European Green Deal, a transition is necessary from the current models, which are predominantly production-oriented, towards those which are sustainable and ecological in nature. New member states encounter difficulties in aligning CAP tools with their particular structures, which often encompass a significant number of small farms and weaker institutions. This situation necessitates the implementation of more differentiated, region-specific approaches. Let me speak some words about future aspects regarding this sector. Future research should adopt integrated system-based approaches to better understand and manage the structural duality of agriculture in Central and Eastern Europe. Particular emphasis should be laid on land governance innovations that enable efficient consolidation while maintaining social equity. Leaping the dual-speed modernization gap requires access of digital and precision agriculture to small-scale farms. Addressing socio-economic challenges calls for generation renewal, well-tailored education, and knowledge transfer enhancing farm management. Rural depopulation and labor shortages highlight the need for research on prospects of rural diversification. In parallel, alternative financing mechanisms such as cooperative models and targeted credit schemes should be explored to ease investment constraints. Future studies should also focus on strengthening food system resilience by promoting shorter supply chains and reducing import dependency. The role of small farms in ensuring local food security deserves renewed attention, particularly in the context of more inclusive policy support. Environmental sustainability remains a key priority, requiring research on climate adaptation, agroecological practices, and resource-efficient production systems aligned with Green Deal objectives. Finally, more policy-oriented analyses are needed to assess how CAP instruments can be better tailored to a region of diverse structure, ensuring a balanced approach between competitiveness and sustainability. As it's stated in the Regional Strategic Foresight Report for the Europe and Central Asian region, further engagement and active role of academic sector is indispensable to gain strategic foresight and to link long-term thinking to short-term actions and ultimately support governmental decision-making process. Thank you very much for your attention.
And thank you very much indeed. We now have Russia Federation, followed by Switzerland, followed by the United Kingdom.
Give the floor to the Russian Federation. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. And we would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing this report and for the presentation. And in the report, we would like to see the following paragraph reflected, taking into account the natural, economic, and human potential of the Central Asia region for the development of agriculture, food security, and adequate nutrition. We call for positively evaluating and welcoming the continuation of the hand-in-hand, of continuing in the region initiatives such as hand-in-hand, 1,000 digital villages, and one country, one priority product, and also call on FAO to continue to provide support to the regional technical platform on green agriculture. Secondly, we fully support the call made by civil society to enhance the mechanisms for cooperation and to raise transparency and inclusiveness of cooperation on agriculture and food. We believe that this cooperation with civil society should not be limited purely to the conference. And thirdly, we share the call made by the representative of the private sector and also of academia to raise the attractiveness of agriculture education. This is a complex multi-level task because despite technological progress, agriculture is still a very difficult, very hard work. But we need new human resource potential if we want to have modern and resilient agriculture production and ensure food security and nutrition. Thank you, and we will send our proposals in written form to the Secretariat. Thank you to the Russian Federation.
We now have Switzerland, followed by the United Kingdom.
I now give the floor to Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Switzerland thanks FAO for the document, summarising the results and proposing priorities for the region. This gives us a solid foundation guiding FAO's action in Europe and Central Asia. The definition of regional priorities should be robustly based on data and also lessons learned from evaluations. We therefore appreciate the fact that we were able to discuss foresight analysis this morning, but we would also have liked to be able to carry out analysis together of the lessons learned from what's been done in the region. This would have allowed us to increase the quality and joint understanding of the stakes and the strategic relevance of the priorities. That said, we'd like to note the following 5 points. First point, we stress the fundamental importance of the FAO's standard setting work. This remains essential for our region. Our region should contribute to it through its analysis and experience. We'd therefore like this work to be strongly anchored in our region with feedback loops between the standard setting and experiences on the ground. In this context, we particularly draw your attention to the statistics and data relative to food security and nutrition. As indicated in the information note ERC/26/INF/12, these functions are essential for proper data-based policies following progress and accountability. They should be protected, reinforced and financed by sufficient resources from the regular budget. Secondly, agroecology, we think, is an essential cross-cutting approach for achieving the 4 regional priorities. Indeed, agroecology allows us to simultaneously achieve the objectives of sustainable production, nutrition, environmental protection, and sustainable management of natural resources, as well as social equity and resilience. We also note that transformation and resilience of agri-food systems isn't sufficiently reflected in the regional priorities. It should be fully integrated and clearly articulated with the work of the Committee of the World Food Security Committee, which is currently under discussion. Thirdly, we appreciate the importance given to the social aspects of rural development, including access to proper financing and to healthy foods. The transformation of food systems will only be successful if it is socially just and inclusive. Gender equality and social equity should also, and involving young people, should be at the heart of our priorities. These aspects are systematically indicated as requiring greater attention. The synthesis of the evaluation that we saw in the relevant document also shows that. Once again, the voluntary directions from the CFS on gender equality and women's empowerment, as well as those on the commitment of young people, should be better taken into account. I've already mentioned the CFS a number of times, but I'd like to broaden this point in general terms to reaffirm the key role played by the CFS and all of its outputs for the implementation of the FAO strategic framework, including in our region. It is essential that this is integrated into the priorities and that we favour its implementation where necessary. Fourthly, we recall the importance of partnerships and coordination or joint programming with relevant partnerships, in particular the Rome-based agencies. We encourage FAO to continue its efforts in this area. Fifthly, and this is my last point, we understand the need to define regional priorities, but we also note that it's difficult to clearly line up the 4 regional priorities with the strategic framework and the 4 betters and the programme priority areas, in particular given the discussion that's going on now on the programme of work and budget. In the future, we recommend an approach with fewer different levels, but rather that has greater consistency and a better alignment between the strategy and the reporting, enabling us all to follow what's happening, to evaluate it and to ensure accountability. We therefore recommend the reinforcement of the strategic character of the regional priorities with the work programme aligned with the FAO strategic framework, and for this that we have a mapping of these 4 regional priorities with the PPAs and the 4 betters, with clear allocation of resources, in particular from the regular budget, and that could help us to better carry out monitoring and reporting. And in conclusion, I'd just like to underline the point that my colleagues have mentioned on the need to implement the results of the reform process underway, in particular in line with the UN AT process. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup à la
I thank Switzerland.
The United Kingdom, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for your multilingualism. I expect you to address me in Gaelic next. Significant thanks to Assistant Director General Crawford for the presentation, and I'd like to take a moment to thank her and her whole team for all of their work on planning across FAO. Even while we have collective work to do as members in the Secretariat, we can't underestimate the significant outputs of her team dealing with complex issues. In that regard, we also thank our team for the document and the programme implementation report. Let me also thank the panellists for all of their excellent insights. I'd like to especially thank the Honourable Minister of Agriculture of Uzbekistan in his absence for his mention of the excellent collaboration with the UK's Royal Agricultural University. We are proud of our partnership with Central Asia on these issues. In fact, I understand that yesterday, in parallel to our work here, the Tajik Institute for Agricultural Sciences hosted a conference just down the road at which the UK's Animal and Plant Health Agency were learning from our Tajik partners. The document proposes a systems-based transformation of agriculture and food systems in Europe and Central Asia in line with the ever-meaningful Sustainable Development Goals, seeing the distinct challenges between sub-regions and within and between countries, but also seeing the common challenges and opportunities to help us achieve more sustainable, resilient and inclusive approaches in search of food security and nutrition for all. The UK endorses these ambitious aims. This means investing in smallholders, women and youth, strengthening rural livelihoods, improving access to land, finance and markets, addressing the triple burden of malnutrition, including by looking at integrated interventions and at food environments, focusing on the One Health approach, addressing the linkages between climate change, biodiversity loss and land degradation, as was mentioned at length in item 11 yesterday, and expanding digital tools, innovation and advisory services. And we heard very strongly from Tajikistan and others yesterday, and as I saw on my visit to the wonderful National Museum on Sunday, the need to prioritise sustainable water management. While endorsing the priorities for the region, the discussion also leads us to a question about FAO's role and the PWB 2028-2029. In that regard, the UK makes the following comments. Firstly, in this moment of funding challenges and global uncertainty, it is ever more important that FAO continues to work as closely as possible with other international organizations, regional organizations, local organizations, and ultimately in support of national priorities. Within the UN, this means immersing FAO in the UNAT initiative and the humanitarian reset. Specifically at country level, that means coming even more under the country RCHC model. We also encourage even greater link up to the IFIs and commend the further use of relevant CFS products by FAO in implementing their work. My ambassador in Rome is proud to chair one of the FAO Reform open-ended working groups, mandated by the FAO Conference and Council, and we hope that these groups will help drive transformation in the organization. France has already covered some of the detail and expectations here, so I won't repeat them. Secondly, on to several issues the UK would like to see highlighted in the PWB 2028-2029. These issues are the core of FAO's mandate and help build the platform for then further additional voluntary contributions, where, as you heard, the UK is clearly committed. So, Chair, firstly, data and statistics. We must strengthen FAO's core capacities in data and statistics, ensuring adequate regular budget financing to support excellence at the centre, but also to support countries with technical and financial support. The EU proposal earlier could well be an innovative way of both increasing funding and improving the focus of the TCP. Already another member mentioned the 50 by 2030 initiative, and we would also request that FAO engage closely in conversations about the UN data commons. Relatedly, FAO's work on market intelligence and early warning is incredibly important. We've already talked about this also at length in relation to other agenda items, but we should reiterate the centrality of AMIS and the price monitoring work. Next, standard setting and knowledge. Standard setting, notably through Codex and the IPPC, are crucial and so must be adequately funded by the regular budget. We welcome the additional funding that we managed to allocate to the bodies in this biennium, but welcome going further. For the sake of time, I won't go into detail about why this is crucial for food systems transformation. Nutrition remains a significant issue. As we heard from ADG Crawford and from the video, the triple burden cannot be ignored. We welcome ESN's work on the vision approach to nutrition in FAO and strongly feel that nutrition must not be an isolated, siloed issue. It must be integrated across everything we do. We welcome FAO hosting UN Nutrition and encourage FAO and others to use UN Nutrition to its full potential to forge an ever-improved division of labour on these issues across the UN system and beyond. As chair of the steering committee of Rome Nutrition Week 2026, I personally warmly invite all members of the European and Central Asian region to Rome from the 25th to the 28th of May to continue this conversation. Climate and biodiversity. We've already talked about this also at length in our statement on item 11, but to reiterate that sustainability and the environment must be a strategic underpinning to all that FAO does. The same goes for inclusion. The work of ESP is often underappreciated, but is crucial to the impactful delivery of the organization. Similarly, we talked at length about One Health yesterday and feel there must be a detailed effort to ensure clarity over what elements of different issues under the One Health banner come under the core budget and what are funded by voluntary contributions. The evaluation of the PPA on One Health is still very relevant in this regard. And we wouldn't be the UK if we didn't mention the importance of AMR. We welcome provision of regular budget resources to implement the FAO 2025 conference resolution on AMR. We also underline the importance of FAO's work on emergency agriculture, and equally welcome the efforts of FAO in this regard to ensure that this work is done in close collaboration with other actors, including WFP, to ensure an effective division of labour. Chair, I know you will agree with me that the Global Network Against Food Crisis offers a valuable platform to ensure that joined-up working delivers impact. And finally, Chair, we need adequate PWB regular budget funding to independent oversight and evaluation. Chair, we recognise that to achieve lots of this, there are trade-offs. We will discuss some of this already next week at the Finance Committee, Programme Committee and Joint Meeting, as well as then at FAO Council. However, at this stage, the UK would re-note the decisions, and I say decisions, made by the FAO Council and FAO Conference last year, particularly in paragraph 61H of the 2025 conference report on de-emphasis. FAO cannot do everything, nor should it try. The UK believes that focus, partnership and catalytic work are the way forward, and we are making this point across the whole system. Finally, to even better help us understand where best to allocate limited budget and therefore give guidance to the Secretariat, the UK would like to continue the move towards more meaningful results-based management. The PAR this year represents a step forward in that direction, but we need to go further to bring together strategic and agile decisions around budget, decentralization, human resources, and other strategic assets. We endorse the excellent Swiss comments in this regard just made. This is also being covered under the FAO reform process, but we would welcome continuing the conversation as members collectively with FAO management on this and the budget planning process. Thank you.
And thank you, the United Kingdom. And to amplify, the Global Network Against Food Crisis is a fantastic vehicle to do the work that we're doing. So thank you, the United Kingdom, for mentioning that. I give the floor to the private sector who are online. Private sector online.
Can you hear me well?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Dear Chair, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, by the way of introduction, I am Erçin Güdücü, Secretary General of İzmir Agricultural Commodity Exchange in Turkey. It is with the conclusions of the private sector consultation, both in İzmir and Brussels, that I take the floor today. Around our table in İzmir and Brussels, we gathered producers, livestock representatives, food manufacturers, cooperatives, technology providers, and sectoral associations. Different as our businesses are, our reading of the movement proved aligned. The agri-food systems of Europe and Central Asia are being tested on too many fronts at once, and the response can no longer be built piece by piece. Our participants describe a region under converging pressure, a changing climate, narrowing biodiversity, soils losing their productive capacity, and production patterns that, in trying to keep pace with growing demand, are quietly eating away the base they rest on. Roughly 25 million people in our broader region already live with food insecurity. Continuing as we are is not a neutral choice. Participants therefore underline the need for a genuinely integrated approach. one that treats agriculture, climate, and biodiversity as a single policy conversation. Resilience was the second pillar of our discussion. Over the past 3 decades, the agricultural sector across our region has absorbed more than 2,100 disasters, affecting over 124 million people and causing losses of close to 394 billion US dollars. That was once a sequence of separate shocks: climatic, biological, economic, geopolitical, and it has become a system in which these risks reinforce one another. Yet our instruments to anticipate them remain fragmented. Early warning systems are uneven, data is irregular. So, stronger and inclusive data infrastructure is not a technical detail. It is a requirement for resilience. The third conversation, and in many ways the most decisive concern, was the finance. Our participants were direct. The current architecture is not sized for the task, nor designed for transformation. Public budgets are stretched, private flows uneven, and principal mechanisms tend to reproduce business as usual rather than enable change. We therefore call for financing restructured around clear sustainability priorities, modernized public financial management, and data-driven allocation. Diversified instruments such as pooled funds and insurance solutions tailored to agriculture, advanced payment schemes that reach producers before but not after the season. To conclude, what we ask is quite straightforward. Policy frameworks that are coherent rather than fragmented. Risk management that takes the full picture into account. Financing built for the transition, not against it. Inclusion of those most exposed. In addition, above all, a partnership between governments, international institutions, and the private sector that is genuine in substance and not only in form. The window to 2030 is narrowing, and the choices made in these rooms, such as this one, will be felt in fields, barns, and on dinner tables across our region for many years to come. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you for your indulgences, private sector. Dear colleagues, I just want to say thank you all for a really inspiring and fantastic item. It shows you that we can cooperate constructively with open and honest dialogue in a collaborative way, and given the diverse contributions from right across from private sector, the academia, from civil society organisation, and from the member states, it just does prove that there is a lid for every pot. So, looking at this magnificent, spectacular lighting fixture in front of me, let us try and channel that as a chandelier of hope for the rest of our work, for the conference, and indeed for the priorities for the region over the next 2 years. I'm going to hand over to Beth for some reflections on what has been said, and then directly to the Secretary, who will have a few announcements before lunch. Thank you all.
Okay, now I can hear myself. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you so much, distinguished members, for all of your really interesting comments and feedback and ideas for moving forward. Really appreciate that. And maybe I'll say a few words sort of more on the general aspects, because I'm sure my regional colleagues will have more to say on some specific regional aspects. But first, as many of you have mentioned, I wanted to say a few things about where we are now and where we see going forward. So just to highlight first that this is this first year of this biennium 2026. I always forget which 2026 we are in. it's a very important biennium indeed for also planning for the future. And at this point in time, as you know, this is the last regional conference, and each regional conference has had the documents that you have just been discussing now. So a document on the results for 2024-25, the priorities for 2026, 27 and beyond, and the regional strategic foresight. So these documents taken together really give a comprehensive view of what has worked well, what are members appreciating, what are things we're seeing on the horizon in the strategic foresight that need to be taken into consideration, and what are the priorities that we see moving ahead. And I was pleased to hear that I think both the results and the priorities resonated well for many of you, with some additional elements that you have added in. So our role then, my role, let's say, from the strategy, program, and budget perspective, is to bring all of this feedback together and to try to bring that then into the way forward for the medium-term plan, the reviewed medium-term plan, and the PWB 2028-29. And so that will be discussed for the rest of this year, both in the program committee, finance committee joint meeting, council, and we're organizing some informal meetings as well to really help that process move along as smoothly as we can, so that we can prepare for you a budget for the next biennium that reflects your priorities and your needs. But we also need to be realistic about the regular program resources that may be available to do that, and think about other innovative ways that we can find financing to implement what we want to do. I wanted to also take a step, let's say, back to the country level, because I think one other very clear element for us, and I think that you are seeing it as well, is that it's very important that things start correctly at the country level. And when I say correctly, I mean that FAO works within the appropriate structures and programming processes that are there. And so, referring also to UN80, this is one of the big conversations going on around UN80, is indeed that country level, ensuring that the UN has the most impact that it can have at country level. And so one of the areas of discussion is looking at the UN SDCF, so the Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, and how to ensure that all the UN is correctly programming under that framework. And on that, I'm happy to say that FAO was actually, I believe, the first, if not, but certainly one of the very first UN entities that we completely changed our planning approach at the country level when the UN SDCF came into effect. So FAO has its planning at country level designed in such a way that we first participate in the UN Common Country Planning, and that we then from that prepare the FAO country programming framework, which is fully derived from that UN country program, and that we then elaborate on that to show how at the country level we are contributing to the FAO strategic framework and the program priority areas. And we do have an annex, of course, in these documents that also describes that those linkages. And I highlight this because one other thing I wanted to mention is that we have also developed, for example, this scope mechanism, which the scope stands for an analytical support mechanism for agri-food system country programming and evidence. So that is a data and evidence for agri-food systems transformation at country level. And what we do there is we bring together expertise from headquarters, from regional teams, from country offices, and from this specific scope regional team to come to the country at the right time, meaning when the country is, for example, developing its common country analysis with the UN country team, And we bring together evidence-based information on agri-food systems and help the UN country teams see where entry points might be for the different entities working at country level. And of course, all of this is in close collaboration with the government as well. And we've had very positive feedback from the UN resident coordinators and the UN country teams on this support. So we see the importance of having the right information, data, and evidence at the very beginning of these processes and helping the entire UN then move this forward in their programming. And so this is also being highlighted as a good example in the UN80 discussions around bringing the expertise, what they're referring to as expertise on demand. So how do we ensure at the country level that all of the expertise that the UN has to offer is clearly articulated, is evident, and is available on demand. And this type of a program like the SCOPE, a program that FAO is piloting, is one of the examples that is being used as a very good example. So just to say, indeed, to underline that we are working with UN partners. The Rome-based agencies are, of course, part of all of this, at country level, at regional level, and at headquarters to make sure that we are working as efficiently and effectively as possible. And we'll try to continue to give information on this. For example, there will be an update, I believe, at the joint meeting next week on the UN80. And we look forward to hearing also more on how we can merge all of this with the FAO reform that will be reported on as well in the upcoming meetings. I believe that those were all of the points that I had, but just to thank you again for the very good feedback and information. And like I said, we will be collating all of this, and it will be going to the program committee in a synthesized document at its November session with all of the outcomes of the regional conferences, and at that time also the technical committees. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I can hear myself. Thank you very much, also Beth. Complimentary to what Beth also said, some points also from the region. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for this rich contributions, the rich, let's say, also scrutinization and suggestions which in this context have been made, because this will further contribute to the successful implementation also of the work. I noted a wide agreement on the four regional priorities, and particularly what we mentioned in terms of also the systems approach to agri-food systems transformation. And I can also emphasize this close linkage between the regional priorities, the four betters and the SDGs, but of course I heard certainly also some suggestions to map this in the future also better. I think the emphasis on food security, healthy diets, climate resilience and sustainable natural resources, and bringing the digital innovation, science policy interfaces and One Health approaches forward is also fully noted, as well as also the strong focus on data and statistics, and the suggestions also to specifically provide allocations in TCPs to support, in this case, also the efforts. And I thank also the delegation to make the reference also to the information note on the statistics, because this is exactly where we also from the regional office we want to further emphasize. I, of course, also noted the dialogue of the CSOs, the private sector and the academia, should be also continuing beyond the regional conference, and in this case I can also emphasize that this is also constantly happening, and we are enhancing here certainly also further. The emphasis to the CFS has been made several times. We are also take note on this one. The partnership with the UN agencies, the IFIs, the academia and the civil society, and are really essential for us. I mean, the mechanisms which we have, the consultation, which are happening not only at the regional level, we have a regular consultation, in this case also at the country level, in order to emphasize stronger inclusiveness and transparency. I would like to emphasize here also the voluntary national reviews, the voluntary local review within the UN SDG framework, which FAO also in the region actively supports. The emphasis between the normative work and the work here on the ground was also highlighted, and I would like to emphasize that the regional priorities in this context are very closely linked to both the regional normative work as well as also the global, regional and the country level work. The regional priorities are based on an integrated budget as we have it as the entire organization, connecting both regular program as well as also voluntary contribution, and there is also the close linkage to the CPF, to the country programming frameworks. So the regional priorities provide on one hand guidance to the country programming framework in order to allow also with the available resources to have a focused approach, but at the same time, of course, also the country programming framework priorities, the contribution of the country programming framework priority to the UN SDCF are at the same time again also contributing to shape, in this case, the regional priorities. Two things which I, Chair, if you allow, I want to mention further. Of course, the Rome-based agency collaboration is implicit. I would like to mention here that, of course, WFP's presence at the country level in this region is also very limited. So we have currently only 3 countries in the region with WFP presence. So at the country level, we of course also focus where presence, but of course also IFAD will play in this case an important role. I want to complement what Bev was particularly saying to the contribution of the country programming framework also to the UN SDCF, and the scope mechanism which she has mentioned is for us instrumental. It's indeed the only UN agency analytical tool at the moment at the country level in order to analyze the agri-food systems, the contribution of the agri-food systems to the UN SDCF, taking also into consideration that agri-food systems is one of the 6 priorities also of the UN. And this diagnostic tool which we have utilized is supporting the prominence, supporting the agri-food systems positioning in the UN SDCF, and you would probably already see in the UN SDCFs which have been finalized in the region in 2025 and 2026 that there is a strong emphasis, and at the same time they give an excellent basis in order to identify the relevant priority areas which FAO and the governments then working together in the relevant country programming frameworks. Last point which I would like to mention is, of course, connected to the UN collaboration, connected also to the UN reform agenda, the UN reform agenda also at the regional level with the regional cooperation program, the regional cooperation platform of the UN agencies is significant, and the IBC on sustainable food systems, which FAO is the secretariat, brings the collaboration of the different UN agencies at the regional level in agri-food systems transformation together, but at the same time also ensures a close collaboration also with the UN Food Systems Hub, which is also important to identify the synergies, as well as also the priority support, which is going to be given, in this case, to the UN resident coordinator, to the UN country teams, and of course, subsequently also to the government. Thank you very much, Chair.
Excellencies, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We would suspend the session now, go for lunch, and just after lunch at 2 o'clock exactly, we have a couple of items under any other business, as some delegates have requested to make comments regarding some of the written correspondence. While I thank colleagues who have actually sent their comments in that regard, but should any further comments come regarding any other business, which is agenda item 27, hopefully we can address them in a short session at 2 o'clock in order for us to finalize before the next side event at 3:30. Again, I encourage everyone to attend the side events, but also to please remember to register for the field visit downstairs on the second floor. Thank you and bon appetit.
Colleagues, could you assume your chairs, please, and we'll get started for the afternoon session. And if we could close the back door or the doors, please, that would be helpful also. So, colleagues, welcome back to the afternoon session. We have just a very small item to conclude on this morning's item to finalise our resolution by asking members if they agree on the suggested recommendations. If they agree on the suggested recommendations in a document to take account of all the statements and suggestions that were made during the session. I see no objections. Resolution is adopted. Thank you, colleagues. Now, colleagues, I have been advised early this morning that some comments from member states relating to agenda items that had been relegated to written correspondence procedure might not have been published in all languages. However, time and secretariat efficiency stand me corrected. I was pleased to note that all members' comments on the respective agenda items had been published in all languages. As stated by the Secretary at the beginning of the conference, all written comments by member states and secretariat responses, as the case may be, will form part of the conference report. As such, I am opening the session only for members who had not had the chance to have their comments published until now. So any members other than Switzerland, the European Union and Russian Federation, you may have the floor. Colleagues, I open up the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Could I ask just for 2 or 3 minutes? I just want to be sure that on the items on which we will a little later, put forward our written proposals, can we be sure that they have indeed been published so that we won't need to take the floor later? Thank you.
I invite all members to go on the web page of the ERC session under written correspondence. They will note under the respective agenda items their comments as well as any other comments made by members on these comments, on these agenda items. Obviously, if and should there be responses from the Secretariat to these comments, they will figure eventually there. Thank you. And the Secretariat has verified what I'm being told, so just to make sure. Thank you.
Colleagues, CSO.
Thank you very much. We just have a question, please. At what point would it be appropriate to make our closing statement, because we aren't quite sure?
I think it, without being smart, under any other business, we're not at a closed conference yet, but we will, communicate with you when it's appropriate. I think it's probably the best way to do it.
Thank you very much. Very helpful reply.
We are just giving colleagues a couple of minutes just to familiarise themselves with the website and the correspondence that was received. Dear colleagues, I hope you have had time to read and to absorb our statements from colleagues. I see no requests for the floor. And as we are at the close of our session, I propose that we close this afternoon and let's go to the side events. Now, and regarding the side events, they are really important. And Russian Federation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Yes, indeed, would like to thank the Secretariat for the fact that the comments under written correspondence which we presented have in such quick time been translated and posted. Now, I do have a question. When we adopted the agenda, our delegation did also propose under AOB, we proposed to look at on an item on international days and years. So in this connection, could we now draw attention to this and make the statement we were going to make under this? Should we do this now? Or, as you've already said that we're going to now conclude today's meeting, do it later since you said that?
Before we conclude for the day, I just want to give the floor to the United Kingdom, and then I'll respond then to our dear colleague from the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I think my question was going to be in line with possibly what you're about to say, which was just to clarify the process for adding an additional item, which is what I understand that the Russian Federation would like to do. We have no issue, not least because we don't know what that item will exactly be. I think it was on something around International Days. But if we could perhaps have that in writing, and I'd like to understand the procedure of that, how do we adopt an additional item? Thank you.
So thank you, United Kingdom and Russian Federation. So what we propose to do, as Russian Federation just said, we will close for the day. But please, if they could provide, or anybody else who has any other AOB, provide it in writing. We'll get it up on the website, and it'll be ready for consideration first when we have when we conclude AOB items later in the conference. So. We won't take it today, but we will take it, but we'll go through the process and clarify any issues that maybe the United Kingdom have, and we can come to some sort of conclusion on that one. So please submit it in writing to the Secretariat. They'll get it up on the website, and then everybody will see what we're talking about then. Please, United Kingdom.
Sorry, Chair, I just wanted to make one clarification, not to be a pedant, but it's not that we have an issue necessarily, and I don't want this to be at all agonistic. It's just to understand what the process was, and I think you've laid that out, seeing it in writing and then bringing it to the AOB as to whether members will then agree to add an item to the agenda under AOB, and then we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us the floor. Frankly speaking, we don't want to prolong this discussion, but I'm a little bit puzzled about the procedure. And saying this, we have nothing against discussing international days and years, and we would be happy to listening to or to read what delegations can do about it. But my point is procedure, and especially for the organization of the future sessions. We have clear rules, in our view, in the FAO's basic texts about the setting an agenda. And setting an agenda is, in our understanding, in its entirety. AOB points are not outside of the agenda, are part of it. And regarding this, as far as I understand, but please correct me if we are wrong, we adopted an agenda in the first day of this meeting, according to the rules of procedure of the organization. And to our understanding, there were no AOB points adopted at this point. So again, without refraining others to present their views, I just want to kindly ask the Secretariat to inform us what is the procedure for adopting an agenda for these meetings. Again, it's only a procedural matter in order to establish or not a precedent for the future. Thank you very much, and over to you.
And appreciate the request for clarification of the procedure. The conference has adopted the provisional agenda that was provided, and hence it became an adopted agenda. Under this adopted agenda, there's an item called any other business. It's not specified, it says any other business. So notwithstanding that any member may wish to exclude or add an item to an agenda that has already been adopted, for which there's a procedure to follow in that case, the agenda that has been adopted would be followed. Under the term any other business, similar to any time during the conference, a member may wish to sort of request adding an agenda item, for which the conference would deal with it as per the procedures in such cases. Requesting and adding an agenda item or excluding an agenda item from an adopted agenda is not barred by the rules, but should there be one, then and there is a clear consensus in the room to discuss this agenda item, then the conference basically may discuss this agenda item. So it is basically, there is no negation of the possibility for a member state, as long as there is clear consensus in the conference, to discuss anything that they wish to discuss, obviously within the mandate of FAO. Thank you.
Rosyjskiej Federacji. You should take the floor. Russian Federation, yeah. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to the Secretariat for the clarification. We're already moving towards the end of the work of the conference. And so we don't want to draw out the process, and we want to make sure that we do our best, and we also show respect to the host country, Tajikistan, that has prepared a broad program of including of visits, as I understand, visits to agricultural establishments, and is ready to share its experience with us. Therefore, if there are no objections, then on the subject of the international days and years, I have literally 2 sentences that I'd like to share with you. So if there's agreement from other members, then I can pronounce these sentences here, then immediately send them to the Secretariat so that they can be translated and placed on the website so that other members are able to read them. And then perhaps tomorrow we'll be able to discuss the matter in substance, and people and delegations will have had time to look at them on paper. But just so that everybody understands what we're talking about. Now, I'm ready to read out those sentences now. I'm happy to do that.
I think it would be preferable just to send them in writing, because I don't want to prolong or encourage any kind of debate with this thing. So let's please, if you could have them in writing, and we can move on and have time to adjudicate them at another time. Portugal.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm begging for your indulgence to returning to the floor. We are very grateful to the Secretariat for the explanation on the procedures. It was clear and understandable, and regarding the consensus needed in the room, I would like to express and to reiterate what I said at the beginning. We have nothing against the discussion of the point that has just put in the table for discussion under AOB. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Portugal. I think ideally we'll have this in writing. We can see it overnight, and we can adjudicate on this and discuss it more collegially and in an informed way under AOB. And I don't think we need to come out as Komodo dragons fighting on every issue, something is like this. So, dear colleagues, that is the conclusion of our work for today. I just want to highlight the afternoon session, well, not the afternoon session, but the afternoon we continue with a series of side events. From 15:30 on the third floor of this building in the side event room, we will focus on digital pathways for agri-food systems transformation, connecting policies, technological solutions and local innovation, followed by a side event on multi-stakeholder global bioeconomy partnership for sustainable agri-food systems. Furthermore, tomorrow morning, for the entire morning, will be dedicated to side and special events, which will provide opportunity to members and observers for informal exchanges on these areas. We will have the first investment bridge from blueprints to bankable projects, followed by taking action across agri-food systems for biodiversity and global impact at CBT COP17. In the framework of the ERC, I invite you to participate in a special high-level event dedicated to the International Year of Women Farmers 2026, from rights to results, empowering women, farmers for efficient agri-food systems in Europe and Central Asia. Marking the special year, the event will showcase promising practices and successful experiences of women farmers from across the region, with a focus on opportunities offered by sustainable and circular bioeconomy initiatives. Please, please, please participate in these side events. They are very important. It is that policy to practice piece that we often forget, and it is really important to take the opportunity to see what is happening on the ground. Sometimes we speak in a vacuum, so if we can attend these, and they're really important, and I think it's something that we should do. Check the website for additional information on it, or on the app which has been circulated. Dear colleagues, I hope you have a really good evening. Get out to Dushanbe. This is a beautiful country, it's a beautiful city, and we should honour our guests by exploring it, eating, and visiting places of spectacular beauty. We will, after our side events, we will resume tomorrow at 2 p.m. Sharp in this hall. For now, have a good day, folks, and enjoy the side events, and then Dushanbe. Take care.